misses with ball one. And here is last night, 2 out, nobody on against Beckett. Home run Hafner, but then Beckett settled in. Did not allow another run until the 6th inning. He tightened up a little bit last night. That's why he only worked 6 innings, according to Terry Francona. And that was the end of his night, 80 pitches. And another postseason win. That's up and away. Ball 2, 2-1 on Hafner. So far, the opposition against the Red Sox this postseason, 3 for 30 with runners in scoring position.
Man.
That's well hit into left field. How far will it carry? Ramirez 1 step from the wall. Hauls in out number 2.
Hafner's home run last night was aided and abetted by the wind blowing out about 20 miles an hour to right field. The wind tonight is negligible, blowing out only 4 miles an hour to left field, so it's not going to help the offense that much right now. Look at Manny. Glove goes up, right hand back to check to see where the monster is. He knows it's back there, he just doesn't know how close it is.
Little after 4 o'clock this afternoon, Ramirez was actually taking fungos with a coach hitting him fly balls off the green monster as he plays here on October 13th. So still working at trying to figure it out. It's no easy trick, and any ball that's hit in the air like that to left by a big guy like Hafner, you think it's got a chance to bang off that wall. That one did not carry far enough. Cabrera couldn't get a bunt down. The fly ball is just an out and not a sac fly, and with 2 out, here's the 0-1 to Victor Martinez. Strike 2. Highest average during the regular season across baseball with 2 out and runners in scoring position, and this was a particular part of the game where the Indians really thrived against the Yankees in the division series. 15 of their 24 runs against the Yankees scored with 2 out. In the air to left field, Ramirez is back. He will watch it go off the green monster, and the Indians take the lead. Victor Martinez bangs one off the wall, and Cleveland out in front 1-0 here in the first.
Tremendous power the other way. And of course, left-handed hitters don't have to have tremendous power to reach the monster. It's not that far. But again, Martinez, who batted .400 with runners in scoring position and 2 outs this year, 4th in the American League, delivers here in the playoffs.
Last night, the Indians were 0 for 3 with 2 out and a runner in scoring position. Last night in game 1, they're 1 for 1 tonight as Ryan Garco takes a strike. Ball that Victor Martinez hit right there wasn't hit much better than the one that Hafner hit. It was just a little closer to the line where that green monster is a little tighter in, and it hit around the top of that manually operated scoreboard out there for the lead. This one a 1-hopper to Lowell. Indians strike first tonight as they did last night. A 2-out RBI by Victor Martinez.
Hi, James Taylor here to reach the Boston Red Sox starting lineup. Leading things off is the second baseman, Dustin Pedroia. Good candidate for Rookie of the Year, Dustin Pedroia. Second, first base player, Kevin Youkilis. Batting third is the designated hitter, Big Papi, David Ortiz. Batting fourth, the legendary left fielder, playing himself, Manny Ramirez. Batting fifth, third baseman Mike Lowell. Nice guy. Sixth is the right fielder J.D. Drew. 7th, the catcher and team captain, Jason Varitek. Up 8th, the serial and center fielder, Coco Crisp. And finally, up 9th, shortstop, Julio Lugo.
Thank you, JT. Red Sox lineup brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods and James Taylor. He does even that with great rhythm and in such a cool way.
Nice guy.
Nice guy. Got a chance to meet him before the game. He has a new album, One Man Band, coming out. All of his hits and the stories behind him. His wife Kim is a diehard Red Sox fan. They're twins at the game today, and so he's taking it in with the rest of us. 97 miles per hour to Dustin Pedroia from Fausto Carmona. And the count 0-2. It's Pedroia, Euclid, and David Ortiz. 1-0 on the RBI by Victor Martinez. Ball 1. So we thank James Taylor for helping us out here tonight. One Man Band is his album, and Carmona was that in his start game 2 in the division series against the Yankees. He gave up a home run to Melky Cabrera, and that was about it. And Pedroia strikes out to start the night for the Red Sox. Good start for the 23-year-old Carmona. The ALCS on Fox is sponsored by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By WebMD, better information, better health. By MasterCard, there are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. And by Taco Bell, where a little flavor goes a long way. Think outside the bun. Beautiful, crisp October night here in Boston. And Kevin Euclid stands in. 96 from Carmona. This guy is going to be fun to watch here tonight.
He is 6'4", 220, but the fact that he's 6'4" does not really give you the feeling when you first see him. It's the length of his arms, which means that he's got great extension toward the hitter. And that makes him doubly tough to pick up. The ball seems like it's on top of the hitters much quicker than it really is. Wearing number 55, the speed limit on his back, that's not his speed limit.
He's an upper 90s pitcher with great heavy sink. Great action. The 1-1 pitch. Euclid right over the top of it, and that's the pitch that against right-handed batters is so devastating. They think they've got it. They take a hack, and they're right over the top of it. It's something that Terry Francona said, boy, I bet we better lay off the sinker ball of Carmona, make him get the ball up, or we are in trouble. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Carmona tried to make it last year as a closer, was a terrific setup man. The Indians traded Bob Wickman, and it did not go well, to say the least, for Fausto, including 2 blown saves here at Fenway Park last year. But after coming up as a starter in the minor leagues, pitching this last offseason in winter ball, the Cleveland Indians have found a 23-year-old stud as the number 2 starter in their rotation. There's numbers as a setup man. Eric Wedge really liked him in that role. Huge ERA as a closer, different story as a starter. Full count. One out, nobody on. 3-2 pitch. Euclid is in the category of a fearless hitter.
He's also in the category of an 8th spot hitter right now. Similar with 2 out and the 8-hole hitter hitting. You want to make sure you get him out so the pitcher can lead off the next inning. Carmona wants to get him out so David Ortiz doesn't come up with him on first.
Instead, he loses him with a 1-out walk. How about the combination of David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez? So far in the 2007 playoffs, 16 of 18 plate appearances Ortiz has reached. 13 of 18 Manny Ramirez has reached. And this combination has been lethal, whether it's been the Angels on the mound or last night Sabathia and the rest of the bullpen for Cleveland. To take it one step further with Ortiz, his last 8 games going back into the regular season, he's made a total of 6 outs. 35 plate appearances, 29 times he's reached base. So he was hot coming into the postseason, something that Dan Shaughnessy of the Boston Globe was researching, and those numbers point out why he won the Sharp Offensive Player of the Month for the month of September.
I think Mike Lowell, the third baseman, said it best after last night's game when both Ramirez and Ortiz were on 10 times. Mike Lowell said it was just a ridiculous performance. Ridiculous.
Want to know the count on Ortiz. And misses down and away. More of the typical shift is on for Ortiz tonight, with a right-handed Carmona on the mound. The left side of the infield is barren, with the exception of Casey Blake playing like a shortstop, playing up the middle. He's the third baseman. Another one misses. It's 3-0.
It's what these guys can make you do. Pitch defensively. Then you miss, you miss, you miss. You're behind Ortiz with Ramirez on deck.
I heard Eric Karros talk about it in our pregame show.
Right.
Victor Martinez just went out in front of the plate and tried to slow down Fausto Carmona, trying to help guide him through this first inning. 3-0. A 4-pitch walk. And in 4+ games for the Red Sox, they've walked 26 times. That's how patient they've been, along with all the big hits. Carmona had Youkilis set up at 1-2, lost Youkilis, walked Ortiz on 4 straight, and now has to deal with Manny Ramirez. Ball 1.
32 double plays led the American League this year, induced by Carmona, tied with Chien-Ming Wang of the Yankees. He needs one here.
On the inside corner, 1 ball, 1 strike.
After 5 straight balls, a questionable strike called by Kerwin Danley, the home plate umpire. I think the Indians got a break there.
Carmona, 23 years old, from Santo Domingo in the Dominican, 6'4", 220. Signed as a 17-year-old and put into the Indians Baseball Academy in the Dominican. Is 1-1. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
After evening the count, that is the pitch that Terry Francona said that Boston hitters have to lay off of. Awfully tough to do. Also awfully tough to get Manny Ramirez out with 2 strikes.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Carmona is trying to break this streak now, which is at 11. Combined opportunities for Ortiz and Ramirez when they have reached base. 10 times last night. It's within this series, and Ortiz is already on tonight. Left side, out at second, double play. Tied for the major league lead, as Tim said, in inducing the double play. He gets a big one here in the first inning of game 2, and after 1, Indians down a game, lead it 1-0. First pitch from Schilling misses down and away, ball 1 to Johnny Peralta. Kenny Lofton will follow, and then Franklin Gutierrez. Peralta, the 25-year-old shortstop, led all AL shortstops in home runs hit this season with 21. Kind of a disappointing last year for Peralta. Had a terrific 05, and the same can be said really for the Indians. Here they are in the ALCS, down a game, leading 1-0 tonight. 2-1 from Schilling. Curt Schilling is pitching for money tonight. He's a free agent at the end of the year, and he will most likely head into that free agent pool, and it is a pretty thin pool, as opposed to after next year when CC Sabathia could be a free agent, Johan Santana of the Twins. But Schilling is on the list with guys like Lavin, Traxel, Freddie Garcia, who was injured this year, Livan Hernandez, Bartolo Colon. Schilling trying to prove yet again that he is in that category of a big game pitcher. Kenny Rosenthal is with us of FoxSports.com. I mean, timing is pretty good, Ken, for Curt Schilling, if indeed he does become a free agent, to jump out there and say, come get me.
Absolutely, Joe. And the Red Sox at the start of the year declined to give him a contract extension because they wanted to see if he could get through the entire season healthy. He didn't do that, and yet his reinvention as a finesse pitcher could lead him back to this team.
Peralta lines one into right on a hop to J.D. Drew, and the leadoff man is on again for the Indians. Take another look at this base hit into right field. Kenny, I don't know if you have more on Schilling, but certainly you say finesse pitching. He has reinvented himself within this season, and we talked to Terry Francona, said he started to accept that he didn't need to look over his shoulder and look at the velocity of the pitches. He is a different guy mentally as well.
Joe, if he went to the National League, I think he could really be a huge success. He has talked about going back to the Phillies, not the greatest pitchers park, but imagine him back in the National League West, where there are some good pitchers parks. I think he could be pretty successful over there.
Able to touch low 90s with his fastball.
Going back to the Diamondbacks, going back to the Dodgers, the San Diego Padres, San Francisco Giants.
There's going to be no shortage of teams looking for pitching, and the list isn't that great. Fly ball into center. Coming to get it is Coco Crisp. 1 out. As Ken said, Schilling went on the DL this season. They called it tendonitis, right shoulder tendonitis, but really they just wanted to kind of shut him down and give him a chance to recover. He had 2 very poor starts before he went on the DL. 2 starts where his ERA was over 10. He had a no strikeout game on June 18th, which broke a streak of 378 straight games with at least 1 strikeout. He didn't look like he had anything left. They shut him down. He worked his way back, and now here he is after 7 shutout innings against the Angels in the division series, starting game 2 of the ALCS. Strike 1 to Gutierrez. Franklin got the start tonight. Tim, you and I both showed up at the park today and thought there was a chance that Trot Nixon could be in the lineup for Eric Wedge.
Talked to Eric about it, and he said he's comfortable with defense with Carmona pitching, that He really has 3 center fielders in the outfield. Kenny Lofton, of course, playing left field tonight, a former center fielder. Grady Sizemore, one of the best, and Gutierrez with great range in right field. So Eric going for defense, but it was a poor night for Gutierrez last night. 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts.
Runner goes, and on a hit and run, Gutierrez fouls it back behind him over his own dugout.
A lot of times, we mentioned the 3 strikeouts last night. When guys are having a tough time making contact, it's often good to put the hit and run on with those guys because they know they have to hit the ball and their concentration level is much greater. That's why the hit and run was on to a guy who normally you wouldn't hit and run with.
Peralta led off with a single. Lofton fly to center, and now a 1-ball 2-strike count on Gutierrez. Over but low, 2-2. Go back to that 2004 postseason where Schilling had that detached tendon in his right ankle. The bloody sock and all of that. He was 3-1 at the end of it with an ERA of 3.5 in 4 starts, including 6 shutout innings in the World Series against the Cardinals. That's hit to Lugo. Out at second, turned it. 6-4-3. From Lugo to Pedroia on to Euclid. Schilling appreciates it. 1-0 Cleveland. The ALCS on Fox is sponsored by Bud Light. Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it. Mike Lowell will try and get something started for the Red Sox. Last night had a hit, 3 at-bats, 3 RBIs. And Carmona, who got around 2 walks in the first inning thanks to the double play ball, misses low ball 1. It's Lowell, then J.D. Drew, then Veritek, with the Indians leading on the 2-out RBI double by Victor Martinez in the first. One and one.
Some interesting comments from John Farrell, the pitching coach of the Red Sox today, talking about Carmona and the dominance of the arm side of the plate like that. That's the arm side of the plate. For a right-hander, it's the right-hand side. For a left-hander, the left-hand side. The one problem he had when John Farrell was there, and he was with the Cleveland Indians for 5 years, he couldn't pitch the ball to that side of the plate. But you can see tonight, everything is down and into right-handers, down and away to left-handers. So right now, he has not gone to the left side of the plate. And I wonder if John Farrell's thinking about those comments to Gordon Eads of the Boston Globe today, right now.
3-1 pitch is chopped to third. Good pick by Casey Blake. I think we've said enough about Casey Blake, and we will after I tell you that the Boys and Girls Clubs of America is the official charity of Major League Baseball. And together they create a positive place for kids. And there are kids packed into Fenway Park, as there will be starting on Monday night at Jacobs Field. Here's J.D. Drew. Casey Blake is a guy who was going to start the year and play a lot of right field, some first base. Andy Marte, who was their hot young third baseman, did not have much success at the big league level. So they said, well, third base is all yours. He played third base in the minor leagues, played some shortstop in college, and he's a guy that can not only play everywhere but doesn't mind hitting anywhere in the lineup, and probably could. He's in the number 9 spot. He could hit cleanup, hit 18 home runs. Valuable guy. And according to Kenny Lofton during our lineup segment, has got a great beard, and I have to agree. It's like John Saraceno of USA Today. It's just full. 2-1 pitch. Drew takes, and it's 2-2. A ground out started the inning. Here's a ground out from Drew. If Peralta can make the play, and he can. Sometimes Johnny Peralta can be a little deliberate with his throws, and that time from the hole with J.D. Drew running, he made a nice play.
He knew he had to hurry. The plant and a strong arm to get Drew. He might say, well, that is an out for the Red Sox, but it was a good approach by J.D. Drew. Perry Francona telling us the left-handed hitters have to hit the ball the other way again because it's Carmona living on the right side of the plate. That's a sinker away to left-handers. So even though he made an out, it was a good at bat by J.D.
See what Varitek does here. The switch hitting catcher batting left-handed. 2 out, nobody on. Strike 1 on the outside corner. One ball, 1 strike. Last night, Varitek had a hit, 5 at bats, 2 RBIs. On deck is Crisp. 1-1 pitch is down and in. Varitek lines to Cabrera. Hard hit as Drubel made the play to his right. Blake will start it, then Grady Sizemore will bat for the Indians in the 3rd. Top half, 1-0 Cleveland. First pitch is a strike over the inside corner to Casey Blake. It'll be Blake, then Grady Sizemore, then Asdrubal Cabrera. If anybody gets on the DH, Travis Hafner. 1-0 Indians on top. RBI by Victor Martinez. Schilling misses outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Commissioner Bud Selig was on the National League side yesterday and is here tonight. Up in the owner's box here at Fenway Park, and what a year it was for Major League Baseball, with over 79 million total fans filing into baseball stadiums across the country. That is a proud total for Commissioner Selig. Casey Blake waits, and that's down the right field line into the corner. It is foul. But then with baseball, there's always news on the other side, which the latest bit of information as you look at all of the good that happened this year in baseball, with the attendance record set in 2007. And yesterday, the news breaking that the Mitchell investigation may release names of major stars in the game of baseball and their involvement with performance enhancing drugs.
Right after the World Series, those names could be mentioned.
Here's a 2-2. Blake stays up there. Last night, Casey 2 out of 3 with a couple of doubles. A real weapon in the bottom of the lineup. If you talk to Eric Wedge, he'll tell you we've got some excitement at the top with Sizemore and Cabrera. We've got some thump in the middle, and we've got experience down at the bottom of our lineup. 6
players in the lineup with 18 home runs or more this year.
2-2. Sizemore will follow. This is an Indians team that take the home runs out of it. As a group, they've hit .301 during this postseason coming into tonight's game. Red Sox have hit .296. Blake could not hold up, and the first strikeout of the night for Curt Schilling. Grady Sizemore will walk in. Grady doubled to start the night as Drupal Cabrera tried to bunt him to third, popped up. Hafner flied to left, and then with 2 out, Victor Martinez put the Indians on top.
That strikeout of Casey Blake, the most effective splitter that Curt Schilling has thrown tonight, and in the 3rd inning against the Angels, that's when that splitter came around. Well, that could be bad news for the Cleveland hitters. Here's Casey Blake. The ball goes down, and Blake can't hold up.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Sizemore. 1 ball, 1 strike. Grady is only 25 years old. The core of this team is very young. Top 2 starters in CC Sabathia, 27. Carmona, tonight's pitcher, 23. And that duo, first Cleveland teammates to win 19 or more games since 3 of the best ever on a team. The fly ball down the left field line, out number 2. Lemon score and win, won 19 or more games as teammates back in 1956 for the Indians. Our AT&T trivia question: who has played for the most different teams in the postseason? I don't know if that question is grammatically correct. It just doesn't read right.
No.
But you get the gist.
Yes. Well, Kenny Lofton has played for 6 different postseason teams.
Here's a strike to Cabrera. Are you going with Lofton?
Yes.
Okay.
He's not going with him. I can't think of anybody else.
Fly ball into center off the bat of Asdrubal Cabrera. And the inning comes to a close. Bottom of the 3rd inning here in Boston. Red Sox bat trailing 1-0. Coco Crisp, who got to the big leagues with the Indians, steps in to lead it off for Boston. Lugo will follow, then Pedroia. Indians lead 1-0 behind Fausto Carmona. Ball 1. Back in the 1st inning, Carmona struck out Pedroia, then walked Youkilis after having him set up at a ball and 2 strikes. Walked Ortiz, but got a double play off the bat of Manny Ramirez. By far the biggest pitch so far on the night. 1 ball, 1 strike on Crisp. Paul Bird, who is the scheduled Game 4 starter for the Indians, is wearing a microphone for us tonight. He's in the dugout. And we'll hear his thoughts about that double play ball off the bat of Ramirez after Crisp does something to start the inning. 2-1. Coco last night in Game 1 was 1 for 4. Lugo was 1 for 4 as well last night with a run scored and a double. That's a talent. Pretty good pitch. Carmona does not get the call, and it's 3-1.
A little low. Usually if his pitches are out of the strike zone, they're low.
That's a strike, and Crisp has to come back. Three-two pitch to the right side. Cabrera can't get down on it. Base hit. Crisp has his 2nd hit of this ALCS. Here is Paul Bird and his thoughts on the double play that Carmona got off the bat of Manny Ramirez back in the 1st.
I think my favorite thing about it is like last inning, you know. gets in trouble if you're a fly ball guy with Manny Ramirez. You're not real comfortable, you know. But he gets the 2-ball, gets a double play, throw it down the middle, let it work.
That's an interesting comment. Throw it down the middle and let it work. Carmona has such great stuff. He does not have to be too fine. You can look for a bunt right here. I think a straight sacrifice. Red Sox trailing by a run. Even though Lugo hits very well in this ballpark. A lot of things Terry Francona can do.
Crisp with great speed over at first. Lugo was a 286 hitter here at Fenway. 237 overall, to tell you the difference between home and road for Lugo's season swinging the bat. No sign of a bunt. Strike one. Four-year, $36 million deal Lugo signed. Big money. Try and add to the run production in this lineup. Gave up some defense when they signed him and let Alex Gonzalez leave. 1-1.
Telling Terry Francona, or asking Terry last night, the different approach that he would take against Sabathia compared to Carmona. He said, we'll run against Carmona much more than we will Sabathia.
There goes Crisp. Throw down by Martinez. Not close. Tying run at second. Nobody out.
You know, I think that was a hit and run. Coco Crisp did not have a good break off of first base. And this is a weak throw by Victor Martinez, even though he has improved his throwing this year. You can see Coco Crisp was looking toward home plate. I think Julio Lugo missed the hit and run there, because Crisp did not anticipate Lugo taking the ball, but still steals second easily.
2 balls and a strike on Lugo. Now he shows bunt to try to get Crisp over to third. Misses it. 2-2. It's one thing to bunt a runner over to third in this situation with nobody out at the moment. And remember, you've got a guy like Carmona on the mound. Not that easy to hit the sacrifice fly against.
Right.
2-2 pitch is down and away, full count. 18 groundouts in that Game 2 start in the division series for Carmona against the Yankees. Four ground balls so far tonight, 3 for outs. The other a base hit by Crisp to start the inning. 3-2 pitch. Off day tomorrow in this series, and then on Monday, as we had last night, it's a special start time, 7 Eastern. Last night we started at 7 Eastern as well. 7 o'clock Eastern time on Monday night, not the typical 8 o'clock Eastern start. 3-2 pitch. Reason being is the NLCS will continue after our game on Monday night. And they're the starters, the probables. Jake Westbrook, who lost Game 3 of the division series against the Yankees against Matsuzaka, who really labored through 4 2/3 against the Angels. One away and a strikeout for Carmona, his second of the night, and it comes at a good time for the Indians.
Yeah, we talked about the popped up bunt by Cabrera against Schilling, and what a big out that was. This is a big out for Carmona. Well, what a wicked sinker, and again to the right side of the plate, inside to right-handers and outside to left-handed hitters. Now
it's Pedroia, who struck out his first time. Another one inside. This one stays up, and that's ball one. 50 pitches already for Fausto Carmona as we play here in the third inning. That's a lot. Carmona, who has more than double the innings pitched this year than he had last year. Big reason why last year was out of the bullpen, this year as a starter. But for a guy 23, his arm has taken on a lot. However, his stats have gotten better as the year has gone on.
Best earned run average in the American League in the second half. A 2.35 earned run average the last 2.5 months of the season.
Carmona trying to slow himself down behind the mound. 2 balls, no strikes on Pedroia, who drove home 50 during the regular season, has 1 this postseason. Tying run at second, and a 3-0 count on the rookie Pedroia.
We talked about the inside part of the plate to right-handed batters, and once again, Pedroia takes ball 3.
Dave Magadan, the hitting coach. 3-0 pitch, not close, ball 4, 3rd walk.
Here's an idea of how Carmona has worked right-handed batters tonight. Foul ball by Euclid. Inside ground ball double play by Ramirez. An out by Mike Lowell, and a strikeout, the only strikeout of the game, Julio Lugo.
Here's Euclid now with 2 on and 1 out. Kevin walked his first time. Year after year, one of the most patient hitters in the game. Sees a lot of pitches, and the Red Sox hitters have seen a lot of pitches already from Carmona. Guys in the bullpen for the Red Sox are entertaining themselves. Strike 1 on the inside corner.
That was a fake break by Coco Crisp at second base, and that's a bad thing to do when you've got a hitter right there. You either run or you stay still. You don't do this. Reason for that is you're part of the hitter's background, and hitters don't like all that activity around there. If you're going to steal, take the base.
Immediately, Chris put his hand up to tell Pedroia that he wasn't running.
That's the thing, that trail runner, a lot of times the trail runner takes the bait. But you could see Crisp on that play, the fake break, and then putting that left hand up to hold Pedroia at first base. One thing, you don't want to rope that trail runner into an out.
Another one into the right-handed hitter Euclid, and the count's 0-2. One area that they highlighted with Carmona was finishing his delivery, to try and work the other side of the plate and try and keep left-handed hitters honest by working them in toward their hands. They had him watch video of John Garland of the White Sox, see how he finishes his delivery. Another one in under the hands of the right-handed batter.
And the reason for that was John Garland is an American League pitcher that is most similar to Carmona. Boy, they worked on his reach, and he's a good student. He is nasty.
Carmona bothered by Crisp back at second base. Remember that this pitch count is getting up there, but this is a bullpen that features a good setup relief corps. Jensen Lewis, who worked last night, Rafael Perez, and Rafael Betancourt. Ball 1.
Good play by Martinez. Catchers do not anticipate fastballs in the dirt. With a breaking ball, you go down with it. But the fastball surprises you. Really well done by Martinez. Talked about it last night. Victor much improved behind the plate. Even his throwing much improved, even though not a good throw when Crisp stole second base.
2 out, another strikeout. Second of the inning for Carmona, and in that same spot.
He is wearing that spot out to right-handed batters. You wonder about the second time through the lineup if the Red Sox hitters will adjust. Inside, 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 and he gets Youkilis.
But with the sink to that pitch, you almost get the feeling he could throw that pitch the entire night.
That's true.
And if he can put it in that spot, he'll take his chances.
Even if guys are looking for it, they can't do anything with it.
But the key is, what does he do against a left-handed batter? Can he keep these guys honest while working that side of the plate? Of course, 96 miles an hour up around the letters will do some damage.
Well, you make that same pitch to David Ortiz that you made to Kevin Youkilis to get him out, and that's his power. That pitch down and away. He peppers that wall with regularity. 52 doubles on the year, and quite a few of those to left field.
It's like Mo Vaughn used to do here with the Red Sox.
Yeah.
That uppercut swing and lift the ball and either hit it over the monster in left or bang it off the monster. 1 ball, 1 strike on Ortiz. Two on, 2 out. Strike 2.
Going away again. Well, that's a dangerous area to throw David Ortiz.
Ortiz actually hit a walk-off home run against Carmona last year when Carmona was attempting to convert into a closer. That's in the dirt. 2-2. It was a shot that Ortiz hit and went to pretty much straightaway center. Carmona had back-to-back blown saves here at Fenway at the end of July. 2-2 pitch. Carmona knocks it down. That will go as an infield hit to load the bases.
That was a play that had Carmona not touched the ball, perhaps Johnny Peralta would have made that play. Certainly with no shift on, he would have made it. On the other hand, after looking at it, I think with the shift on, had Carmona not touched it, it's probably into center field because Peralta's on the right side of second base.
Yeah, I thought initially that Carmona saved a run, and I think so looking at it. That ball was hit hard and would have shot right through this infield.
Yeah.
As Carl Willis, the pitching coach, comes out, but he didn't get the out. But that effort by Carmona for the moment keeps the lead.
Well, right now is not the time to talk to Carmona. As you see Carl Willis, the pitching coach, you don't talk to him about using the other side of the plate right now. But if he gets Ramirez out, that's when you say, look, you've got to make the adjustment. These Red Sox hitters are too good of hitters to get them out in one area all night.
Well, here he is again with the bases loaded. This is the 6th time in this series already that Boston has had the bases loaded. And Ramirez has been up there 2 of the 6 times. This is the 3rd. Twice last night, once tonight. Ball 1. Bases loaded, 2 out, 1-0 Indians on top. Interesting that first pitch was down and away to Manny Ramirez. by Martinez. Ball 2.
That was an inadvertent block. Almost a protecting block right there. But Victor Martinez lucky to come up with that one. Coco Crisp thought it might have been Vine.
No pitcher wants to be in this spot. Bases loaded, 2 out. And 2-0 to Manny Ramirez. Ball 3. Tie game. That is the 12th walk handed to the Red Sox in this series, and for the 3rd time with the bases loaded, Manny Ramirez gets the RBI with a walk. Here's Lowell. Strike 1. 1-1 game, bases loaded, 2 out. Jensen Lewis is going to get loose here in the 3rd inning. Strike 2.
I think that got the left foot of Mike Lowell. Talking about something that's got to hurt with a guy who throws as hard and heavy as Carmona when you hammer one off your left puppy. Ouch.
Figure Carmona's going right back down in there.
And he did.
Still 0-2. It's going to be at least a 36-pitch inning for Fausto Carmona. And the Red Sox, as they did last night with Sabathia, they have made him work. 4 walks in 2 2/3 innings. Ball 1. Center field, a base hit. 1 run scores. Here comes Ortiz. 2 runs score, and it's 3-1.
Carmona tries to come back inside to Lowell, and Mike fights it off. Broken bat base hit the other way, and with 2 outs, really no way to get even a guy like David Ortiz. Pedroia scores easily. Here comes Ortiz. David almost missed 3rd base. Ramirez going to 3rd on the throw, and another big hit by Mike Lowell, who drove in more RBIs or more runs this year than any other Boston 3rd baseman.
Here's Drew, 1st and 3rd, 2 out. Red Sox have their first lead of the night. Ball 1. 2 walks and 3 hits in the inning. Shattered bat, and Cabrera ends the inning. But the Red Sox put those 3 hits and 2 walks together, come up with 3 in the 3rd, and after 3 here in Game 2, lead Cleveland 3-1. 22-minute half inning in which the Red Sox scored 3 to take a 3-1 lead, and we'll see how Curt Schilling will turn 41 in November, bounces back after the layoff. He hits the outside corner for a strike to Travis Hafner. Hafner, Martinez, and Garco for the Indians here in the 4th inning, down by 2. Schilling has allowed 1 run on 3 hits. He has struck out 1 and walked nobody. Oh, 2 the count on Hafner. We had a chance to visit with John Farrell, who is the pitching coach for Curt Schilling and the Boston Red Sox. And a guy who was 6 years the director of player development for the Indians. So very familiar with the young pitchers that the Cleveland team features in this series, including tonight's starter Fausto Carmona. Talk to him about both starters as that misses down and in ball 1. We'll give you that after Hafner does something to start the 4th. Farrell, a guy who played for the Indians, pitched in '88, was a teammate of Terry Francona. Francona hit .311 and Farrell went 14-10 with an ERA of 4.24. Pretty close, 2-2.
I think Schilling wanted the front corner, very close, but looked outside.
Hafner off balance, pops it up into left. Manny Ramirez hauls it in, and the first question to John Farrell, the Red Sox pitching coach, was about tonight's starter for Boston, Curt Schilling.
Well, Joe, he really does, and I think the one thing that's been so impressive about Curt is he's had to redefine himself. He's not the pitcher with the same velocity of 3 or 4 years ago, but he's made some necessary adjustments, changed speeds a little bit more frequently, but his execution of a game plan is outstanding.
Well, John, it does not appear that Carmona has made the adjustments. Your comments interesting about the right side of the plate. He's lived there all night against the Red Sox this evening.
Yeah, he has, and we've done a tremendous job with a relentless approach towards him and trying to make him get that sinker up, because even with multiple guys on base, he's just 1 pitch away from a double play. But we know that going in that he's most strong to the arm side of the plate, and that's the case here again tonight.
No matter what, John, last question, no matter what, do you want to get Papelbon at least an inning here tonight to try and knock some of the rust off and get him some work before the off day tomorrow?
No question, Joe. It'd be ideal for him knowing that we do have that off day, but we were fortunate to get 3 guys to the mound last night, and we would look to do the same, but we've got a long way to go before we get there.
All right, thanks for your time. Good luck tonight.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, John. John Farrell, the pitching coach, and this staff swears by the work he's done. Victor Martinez is 2 for 2, a 2-out RBI double in the 1st inning, and now he's on with 1 out here in the 4th.
I can't think offhand of, as you see, Daisuke Matsusaka or Hideki Okajima. I guess that was Okajima in the bullpen, right?
The shadows were too great. I couldn't see under there.
But I can't think offhand of anybody who was a director of player procurement, farm director like Farrell for that long a period of time, who jumped into a major league pitching coach's job.
Yeah, and like in the NFL, when you talk about assistants who are on one staff and now they're on another, they can give a scouting report, and there's no doubt that John Farrell was in on the discussion with this Boston Red Sox lineup about how to approach Carmona and what gives him trouble. Ken Rosenthal, you have more on that?
One of the amazing things about John Farrell, Joe, is that the Indians general manager Mark Shapiro says he could hold any position that he wants in Major League Baseball, right up to general manager. It does not surprise Shapiro that Farrell is a huge success. He thought he would succeed in any position.
Well, whether it's Schilling or Veritek, whoever on this Red Sox staff, Okajima, who we showed you out in the pen, and all the adjustments that have been going on since the beginning of the season. This is a Red Sox team that led the AL in team ERA under Farrell in his first year. Garco up the middle. That's a base hit. Martinez will hold at second, 2 on 1 out, as Ryan Garco gets his second hit of this series. And here come the Indians with 2 on and 1 out. The batter will be Peralta.
See Curt Schilling going after this ball with his bare hand, and obviously a sigh of relief that it didn't make contact. You mentioned Mark Shapiro. One of the great quotes from Mark over the past 3 or 4 days after Game 4 at Yankee Stadium. He said, "Silence at Yankee Stadium is as satisfying as applause at any other time." And there is silence here at Fenway right now.
Scott Pioli, who's the GM of the New England Patriots, is one of Mark's best friends, and Eric Mangini, who's the head coach of the Jets, is Mark's brother-in-law. With 2 on 1 out, a strike from Curt Schilling. So a lot of sports knowledge with that trio: Pioli, Shapiro, and Mangini. Runners on at first and second, 1 out, and Peralta, who singled his first time up, could come up with a key hit for Cleveland. 21 home runs during the regular season. Takes outside. Mentioned that the Red Sox led the AL in team ERA. They've done that 3 times in the last 9 years after not doing it ever between 1915 and 1998.
That's a remarkable note.
The 1-1 pitch. Hit in the air to center field off the bat of Peralta. Back at the track, at the wall. It's gone. Actually, it is a home run. It's a 3-run shot. The umpires did not make a signal initially. Peralta was stopping at second, but that ball was well out over the wall in center field. Second base umpire Paul Emmel eventually, by the time Peralta got to second, put the index finger up, twirled it around, and with that, the Indians are back on top.
And there has been a lot of talk in the past few years about a yellow line being painted on top of Fenway Park's center field right here, because it's very difficult to tell whether the ball, from an umpire's standpoint, whether the ball is above the wall or not. This one clearly a home run by a lot, but it would have been made much easier had that yellow line been drawn on top of the center field wall here at Fenway.
Well, if there's one guy who knew it, it was Curt Schilling. It sounded good off the bat, and he knew immediately that ball got over the wall in center. There was a slight delay with the men in blue, but eventually the call was made, and that 3-run shot is by far the biggest swing of this postseason for the Cleveland Indians. Home plate umpire Kerwin Danley from far away wanted to call it, while Ramirez was making a play and Peralta didn't know what to do out at second base. 1-1 pitch. Strike 2 on Lofton. So Johnny Peralta, who again had the most home runs for any shortstop in the AL, goes deep. And the 25-year-old who hit only 13 last year gets, in essence, his 22nd of this season. Doesn't count that way, but the Indians don't care. That was one big swing. Now Lofton grounds one to the right side. Good play by the rookie Pedroia. 2 out. Our AT&T trivia question: after Lofton grounded out, who has played for the most different teams in the postseason? You may be right. I don't know. It just seems odd. And Kenny Lofton, who you said immediately, is on the list with David Wells, who ended this season with the Dodgers. And if you want grammatical help, we can provide that for you. Are you smarter than a fifth grader? Is on Thursdays, 8 o'clock, right here on Fox. Is you smarter than a fifth grader? The 2 out, nobody on. A strike to Franklin Gutierrez.
Yes, I are.
Jeff Foxworthy, the host. A dramatic turn of events here in the 4th inning for the Indians, down 1-0. One big swing of the bat by Johnny Peralta. Two and one on Gutierrez. Fooled on that pitch. Strike 2.
I'm sure Mark Shapiro probably thinking now, silence at Fenway Park, as satisfying as applause at any other time.
I liked his other quote about his bullpen being last year life-shortening. It's a different story this year, and we're going to see members of that bullpen here tonight, you can bet. Strikeout for Schilling is his second of the night. It ends the top of the 4th. But during the top of the 4th, Johnny Peralta puts Cleveland back on top by 1. First pitch at the bottom of the 4th inning from Fausto Carmona. Misses down and away, ball 1. Jason Varitek, Coco Crisp, and Julio Lugo for the Red Sox, who again trail by 1. Varitek lined out his first time up. Away with the first 2 pitches from Carmona to Varitek. We've hit on the same topic every time Carmona's been out there, and we just had a chance to visit with his pitching coach, Carl Willis. We talked about living on one side of the plate. We'll play that interview for you when we get a moment here in the 4th. 2-0. Outside corner, 2-1. Varitek 1 for 6 in this LCS. It was Crisp and his base hit, stolen base last inning, that started the 3-run rally. 2-2.
That's the best sinker Carmona's thrown all night, in my view. The one to Lugo to strike him out, and that last sinker to Jason Varitek.
Varitek leading off. Ooh. Strikes out for the 4th strikeout tonight for Carmona. And here's our chat with Carl Willis, the pitching coach of the Indians.
Well, it really did. You know, Johnny put a real good swing on the ball, obviously, and had a much similar ball he hit in the series against New York there in Cleveland. So, fortunately, hit in the right part of the park, got it out, and got us back in the game.
Let's talk about your young stud, 23-year-old Fausto Carmona. What are you seeing so far, and what isn't working for him so far?
Well, you know, Joe, he really seems to be trying to force the issue a little bit, and you know, because of that, he's not able to keep the ball on the plate. You know, one of the things he's done this year very well, not only is sink the baseball on the plate, but be able to get the ball opposite arm side into lefties or away from righties. And right now, he's having a hard time getting it on the plate, period, and certainly staying, you know, to that arm side of the plate. And I think if he can slow things down right here, stay over the rubber, you know, get back to getting that ball on the plate and get the ball on the ground.
Well, that begs 2 questions. A, it points out that you can't live on one side of the plate no matter how good your stuff is at this level, and against this lineup even tougher.
Well, you're exactly right. You know, Boston, they're very well disciplined, and they don't swing at pitches off of the plate. They recognize out of the hand where it's going to be, and you know, they're basically eliminating pitches right now, and unfortunately we're throwing too many of them out of the strike zone. We need to make a correction here.
We've got 5 seconds left. You worried about a pitch count at all, and is there one with Carmona?
Well, you know, we're going to be careful, and we're going to watch him, but we're going to play it, you know, hitter to hitter right now.
All right, Carl, thanks for your time.
All right, thanks, guys.
83 pitches so far for Fausto Carmona, with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. So this will be a night where the Indians will dip into that very good bullpen. As Carmona induces the line drive off the bat of Crisp, 2 out.
Joe, the interesting thing about both of those interviews with John Farrell and Carl Willis, both of them agreed about one pitcher. I mean, how many times do you hear that during a game? The thinking of two opposite pitching coaches, and they're thinking exactly alike about one pitcher, Fausto Carmona, because of John Farrell's history with Carmona and the Cleveland Indians. Very interesting.
With 2 out, nobody on, Lugo takes a ball down and away. Obviously, that first question to Carl Willis, we gave you his answer. What I should have told you was that the question leading in was about that swing by Peralta and how it changed the mood in that dugout in a blink. A 3-run home run from Johnny Peralta, the Cleveland shortstop, turned what was a 2-run deficit into a 1-run lead in the top of this 4th. One to Lugo. Ball 2. Two on to Lugo. Ball 3 on deck is Pedroia. You know what's running through the mind of Curt Schilling? One pitch that he's thrown so far tonight. The home run ball off the bat of Peralta. 3-1 pitch. Full count.
Those things are tough to erase, but that's part of your job. Just like a short reliever giving up a game-winning home run and trying to forget about it the next day. Thing about a starting pitcher, he's got to go back out there the next inning.
And that's really something that Eric Wedge talked about with us with regard to Joe Borowski, the closer, and his mentality. He may not have the greatest stuff, but he racked up 45 saves, and he does not dwell on failures, which is a great trait for any closer. A 2-out walk. 5th walk handed out by Carmona. Paul Bird is wearing a microphone for us, and here were his thoughts on this inning for Carmona.
This is a crucial inning for him, man. He's got to get out there and shut these guys down, man. We've answered, you know. He's got to get us right back in here, be aggressive, got a lot of pitches.
He got the first 2 and then issued the 2-out walk to bring up Pedroia.
And Lugo will be running. You just don't know which pitch. You can imagine Victor Martinez's problem behind home plate. Not only does he have to throw, but rarely will he have a good pitch to throw, because Carmona, once again, down, heavy, hard in the strike zone. Very difficult for catchers to throw that hard sinker. Lugo led the Red Sox in stolen bases with 33. He's going to run. It's just a matter of when.
So far, 1 steal for Lugo in the postseason. Been caught 1 time. It really worked a lot with the mechanics of Victor Martinez and trying to get him to slow down, believe it or not. With his delivery, get his legs underneath him and get a stronger throw to second instead of hurrying everything.
That's what Victor did on the steal of second by Coco Crisp. The reason for that is when you hurry things, the body gets out in front of the arm. The arm trails the body. You hear that a lot about catchers who need to get their feet up under them, like Jorge Posada has done over the past years with the Yankees.
Ball 1 to Pedroia, who looked like he was just going to take no matter where that pitch was.
I think he'll take again, too.
try and present an opportunity for Euclid as one of those very good members of the bullpen. One of their setup lefties. Rafael Perez is getting loose. A hop towards second by Lugo at first. He stayed put. It's 2-0, and if you're the catcher, Tim, and here comes Carl Willis, yeah, Lugo's at first, but don't you have to make sure that Carmona is worried about the guy at the plate with a bat in his hands and not worried about the runner?
Yeah, right. Well, the one thing you try to do in an effort to keep his pitches to where the umpire can see him is you've got to stay down. You can't come up too quickly. If you come up too quickly, you're going to block the umpire's view, and that is what I think Eric Wedge is out to talk to, or Carl Willis, I beg your pardon, to talk to Carmona right now and telling him exactly that. You've already had your chance at Lugo. Worry about the guy with the stick in his hand.
A little bit after the top of the hour, the game summary brought to you by Verizon. It was Cleveland jumping out in front 1-0 in the first inning on a 2-out RBI double by Victor Martinez. The Red Sox got 3 in the bottom of the third inning, but in the fourth, top half, 2 on, 1 out, 3-run home run Peralta to make it 4-3 Indians. That's where it is now, with a runner at first, 2 out, and a 2-0 count on Dustin Pedroia. Two and 1.
The bullpen heck.
It's like Emmett Otter's jug band out there. What's going on? Strike 2 on Pedroia. That's the noise coming out of the bullpen. You got guys banging on the top of the dugout. Somebody's playing a triangle out there. We need more cowbell.
That's what going to the bullpen does to you.
Wow, it's been a long year. 2-2. Pedroia strikes out. That's number 5 on the night for Fausto Carmona. After 4 at Fenway. 4-3 Indians back after this from your local Fox station. The aerial photos from up above being brought to you by Hood, America's dairy expert since 1846. Visit hood.com to learn more. We have seen the good and the bad from each starter here tonight. That first breaking ball dropping in from Schilling for a strike to Casey Blake, the number 9 hitter, who rips it foul. 0-2. It's Blake now, Sizemore on deck, and then as Drupal Cabrera. If anybody gets on the DH, Hafner. The Rockies and the Diamondbacks, they are resting. And I guess if you ask the Colorado Rockies, they'd say, put the chalk on the field and let's go play again. They had the 4-day layoff. Their streak continues. They win in 11 innings last night. They've won 19 out of 20.
Talk about a team that cannot wait to get to the ballpark. That's the Rockies. Josh Fogg and Livan Hernandez will go in Game 3 tomorrow night. 2 right-handers.
That's at 8:30 Eastern on TBS. Rockies up in the series 2-0, and they go to Coors Field next. Fogg and Hernandez. Chip Carey, Bob Brenly, Tony Gwynn, Craig Sager. What outfit will it be tomorrow night? The 2-2 pitch, and Blake steps out.
I don't think Craig Sager and Chris Myers shop at the same store.
No.
Do you?
Chris is a little more understated. That's up and away, full count. Blake trying to get on in front of Grady Sizemore. That is a rocket caught by Lowell at third. 1 out.
Big league lunge right here. Good play by Lowell.
And very near that diving catch is Chris Myers, who is past the dugout down the left side. You had a good view of that catch there, Chris.
Yes, I was trying to contact Mr. Blackwell in between things, but no fashion statement, more a statement about the Indians and that Peralta home run. Just watching the Indians bench, Joe and Tim, it really has inspired them in a game that they have to have. They seem to be a lot more confident with the circumstances tonight compared to last night, no matter what they're wearing.
Thank you, Chris. 1 out, nobody on, and Grady Sizemore digs in.
3-run home runs does a lot for your confidence.
Peralta, one of the members of the core of this team, signed through 2010. Sizemore is another one, and he rips one into right. This ball's gone. Home run, Grady Sizemore. 2-run lead, Cleveland. Up 5-3 here in the 5th inning. A line drive homer by Grady Sizemore.
Eric Wedge telling us last night that Grady Sizemore at his best can take over a game. He scored the first run and the last run in this one. Looked like a fastball away. Up. Sizemore had 24 home runs during the season. And that ball was just hammered into the Red Sox bullpen.
And if you're unfamiliar, oh, listen to that sound. Talk about crisp. Sizemore, 20 or more home runs, 75 or more RBIs, and 100 or more runs in all 3 of his full seasons in the big leagues. And he's just 25 years old. Against the 40-year-old Schilling, took him out into the Red Sox bullpen, and now they get active out there. 1 out. Nobody on, and the batter is Asdrubal Cabrera. There aren't many Ken Rosenthal like Grady Sizemore, are there?
No, Joe. He is the Indians' version of Derek Jeter, a guy with a burning desire to win. If you remember in the division series, his leadoff homer in the clincher set the tone for the Indians' victory at Yankee Stadium. And in Game 2, he was all over the place. Diving catch on a liner by Jorge Posada. He barreled into Jabba Chamberlain, scoring on a wild pitch. And also, he took first on a drop third strike after a 13-pitch at bat against Mariano Rivera in the 10th inning. This guy can do it all.
1 out, nobody on here in the 5th inning, and Asdrubal Cabrera takes down an in. We could stay with Ken Rosenthal and talk to him about Cabrera, who's a guy that was added on a regular basis in this lineup toward the end of August. And Ken, this team really settled in when he took over second base, didn't they?
No question, and they haven't had the greatest luck with second basemen over the last couple of years. Remember, they traded Brandon Phillips to the Reds. He became a 30-30 man. They traded for Josh Barfield last offseason, gave up Kevin Kuzminoff. And it turns out that the guy who's got the job now, the guy we're looking at the plate, came over in a minor trade last July 2006, for Eduardo Perez, who is now a television analyst with ESPN. Meanwhile, the Mariners, the team that gave up Cabrera, they could use him right now. They've got some questions of their own about their second baseman, Jose Lopez.
If you want to read more from Ken, you can go to foxsports.com. Ken and Chris Myers with us. Joe Buck and Tim McCarver. 3-2 pitch, and Cabrera chops it foul. Pete Macheska, our producer, Bill Webb, our director, as we bring you Game 2 of this ALCS. Indians now lead by 2. Javier Lopez, a lefty. Manny Del Carmen, the right-hander. Three-two. Schilling is trying to fight his way through the 5th and trying to keep the bases clear in front of Hafner. 216 major league wins in the career of Curt Schilling. Over 3,100 strikeouts. He strikes out Cabrera here, 2 out. Tomorrow, Fox NFL Sunday returns. Big game early is Washington. They've been a surprise, and that's certainly the case with the Green Bay Packers. Washington at Green Bay. Eagles and Jets or other regional action, including the Panthers at the Cardinals. It starts with Fox NFL Sunday and a chat with Jason Campbell, the quarterback of the Washington Redskins. Fox NFL Sunday pregame show at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, in high def, only on Fox. Owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, Jeffrey Lurie, is here at the ballpark tonight. Watching the Red Sox and the Indians as Hafner takes a strike.
Had Cabrera gotten on, that would have been it for Curt Schilling. And Javier Lopez would be in the game right now to face Hafner. Curt Schilling on a very short leash after the home run to Sizemore.
Strike 2 on Hafner.
Good splitter there.
The Red Sox in the bottom of this 5th will have the 2, 3, and 4 hitters. That means Euclid, Ortiz, and Ramirez. Base hit, left field. Right through the typical shortstop position with a mini shift on for Hafner. And it's a 2-out single to bring Victor Martinez to the plate.
Came back with a splitter again and left it up. And Hafner, one of 4 Indians tonight to have hits the other way. Talked about the approach to Carmona. The Indians are taking that approach to Schilling also.
So a decision here for Terry Francona, and he elects to keep Schilling in the game with Victor Martinez, the switch hitting catcher, at the plate, who's 2 for 2.
Yeah, if Cabrera gets on, then certainly Lopez would have been the pitcher. But now that Hafner gets the hit, then you have the switch hitter, and you don't really know which guy to go to. Do you go to Lopez or Del Carmen?
Instead, Francona sticks with Schilling.
I think this is one hitter too much for Terry.
To the right side, it's a base hit. 3 for 3 is Victor Martinez. And now we'll see if the pitching change comes with Garco coming up.
Most certainly.
And here comes Terry Francona. Ryan Garco 1 for 2. Schilling gives up 3 hits in the inning, including the home run by Grady Sizemore, and will exit trailing by 2. So Schilling leaves. Del Carmen coming in. 2 on, 2 out for the Indians, up by a couple. Ryan Garco at the plate, 2 on, 2 out. Del Carmen on the mound, strike 1. Schilling is out here in the 5th, and Manny Del Carmen, who had a great year after coming up from Pawtucket, 44 games, an ERA of 2.05, is trying to end the damage here in the 5th. Ball and a strike. This guy's got a plus fastball. Manny Del Carmen.
Talked to Theo Epstein, the general manager of the Red Sox, and in every trade that the Red Sox are contemplating, Manny Del Carmen's the #1 guy that other organizations want, and for good reason. That arm of his.
Ooh. 1 and 2.
That looked like a splitter. An unhittable splitter at that.
2 on with 2 out. Garco with a 1-2 count. Defensive swing and a chop to Lowell, who will tag the bag and end the inning. So Del Carmen does his job. But so did Grady Sizemore, his second hit of the night, including a home run. 5-3, Cleveland on top halfway through game number 2. The ALCS on Fox is sponsored by Chevy and American Revolution. Bottom of the 5th inning, Carmona back to the hill. Indians have their biggest lead of this series. 2 runs. It's 5-3 after the home run by Grady Sizemore, Euclid, Ortiz, and Ramirez. That misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jensen Lewis is the right-hander, up for the second time, and the same can be said for Rafael Perez, the lefty. Pitch count is right around 100 for Fausto Carmona.
Yeah, you know Eric Wedge is thinking right now. He'd love to get the win for Carmona if the Indians could maintain the lead and he could go 5, but not at the expense of the game. So if he walks Euclid and you have David Ortiz on deck representing the tying run at the plate, you almost have to bring in Perez, don't you?
Yeah, I would think. You would think that the leash will be short here for Carmona. 1 base runner and he could be gone. Euclid has struck out and walked tonight. Line drives, a base hit into left, and we'll see if that's the case. So you look at the Indians dugout and you know exactly what Carl Willis and Eric Wedge are talking about right there, and that is, what do we do? We've got David Ortiz coming up. He's reached base 10 straight times, which ties a postseason record, and you've got a tiring Carmona, and you've got a bullpen that's ready to go.
Well, we said that Terry Francona went with Curt Schilling for 1 batter too long, and Eric Wedge isn't going to do that. I think this is the right move.
So 100 pitches on the nose for Fausto Carmona. And with Rafael Perez, who was so good against the Yankees, getting loose in the bullpen, Wedge will take the baseball. Carmona is out. Ortiz is coming up. Well, so much for the starting pitching matchup that we talked about tonight. And for the Indians, they're 2 19-game winners. Last night, Sabathia went 4 1/3 tonight. Fausto Carmona on your left goes 4+, and those 2 starters each knocked out in the 5th. And now into the Cleveland Indians bullpen, a very good one, and Rafael Perez, who is nasty, especially against left-handed hitters, will have his first encounter with David Ortiz.
Arguably the best left-handed reliever in the American League. Remarkably, he retired the first hitter he faced 39 of 41 times. 39 of 41 times.
Takes over for Carmona. Tying run at the plate here in the 5th inning. And a ball down and away. Ortiz checked his swing. David Ortiz has reached base 10 straight appearances, and that ties a single postseason record held by Billy Hatcher of the Cincinnati Reds, and you were there watching that. It was in 1990. And the Reds win over Oakland. Down and away, 2-0.
I was there watching it, but I forgot it.
So Ortiz is trying to set that new record, while Perez, who pitched 6 innings in the division series, tries to get a big out, and he's missed with the first 3 in the same spot. Against the Yankees, a 1-0 record, an ERA of 1.5, 6 innings pitched, 1 run, 3 hits, 6 strikeouts, and 1 walk. But he's behind Ortiz 3-0 with Manny Ramirez on deck. And then Mike Lowell, 2 right-handed batters, so we could see Jensen Lewis also here in the 5th. Strike 1.
You know, Rafael Perez is not the type of reliever that you want to come in to face just one batter.
Right. But that may be the situation.
Right.
If Ortiz can reach. That's foul, full count. Perez is a guy that when your starter goes 4+ innings, can't get 5. You would figure you would ask for more than one matchup on the night from a guy like Perez, but that may be all he gets and all the Indians get out of one of the best left-handed relievers in the game.
Yeah, if he gets Ortiz, if Ortiz makes an out, then I think Eric Wedge will leave him in to pitch to Manny Ramirez. If he gets on base, I think he's inclined to jerk him.
Ortiz grounds to the right side. Out at second. Safe at first. David Ortiz hustling just beat the relay throw.
Well, the problem with that shift is the second baseman plays so deeply that he ends up throwing the ball to a guy not used to turning a double play. That was Casey Blake, the third baseman, who does an admirable job very close at first base, but he appeared to be safe. Good call by Brian Gorman.
Yeah, it's a force out. 4-5. Blake did all he could, made a strong throw, but David Ortiz, bad knee and all, made it down the line. And so it's 1 on, 1 out. No sign of Eric Wedge. That was a big out, even though they don't get the double play, with Rafael Perez coming back from a 3-0 count to get Ortiz and snap that string of reaching 10 straight times. Manny Ramirez tying run at the plate, 1 out. Strike 1. On deck, Mike Lowell. After Lowell, it's a left-handed hitting Drew. On the inside corner, that's strike 2. In this series already, Manny Ramirez has come to the plate with 16 men on.
My goodness.
He's driven in 4. Reason why that number is so low, 3 of them with walks. 0-2 pitch. Foul. The WebMD injury report. Manny Ramirez missed 24 games with a strained left oblique. For more information on injuries affecting your team, visit WebMD.com. So far, that oblique down the stretch and here in the postseason has looked healthy, even with the cooler temperatures. And just so you know, the 3 bases loaded walks for Ramirez is the most by a player in a postseason.
And as we've said on so many occasions, nobody in the major leagues, no other hitter, is more unaffected with 2 strikes than Ramirez.
In the air to right center field, well hit. Sizemore back. Tie game. To highlight what you're saying, Tim, after an 0-2 count, 3 for 4 with 2 home runs and 5 walks.
I mean, that pitch was down and in, and he hits it out of the ballpark to right center field. It was a slider from Perez. Perhaps too good a pitch.
Ball 1 to Lowell.
I thought it was down and away. It's actually down and over the middle of the plate. He wanted it. I thought it was down and in. I beg your pardon. It was down over the middle of the plate. And Ramirez. That is just remarkable.
23rd career postseason home run. Lowell goes into left. Over the monster, and the Red Sox lead it.
Lowell's turn. Puts the Red Sox ahead.
What could be overlooked in this inning with the 2 home runs is the hustle of David Ortiz.
Excellent point.
He beat what could have been a double play ball that he hit that set up Ramirez, who tied it with a home run. And then David Ortiz slapping those hands together like he does at the plate to applaud the home run by Lowell, which just put Boston on top again, 6-5. This is a big guy, a DH with a bad right knee, hustling down the line and just beating the throw. And that set up his partner in that 3-4 combination, Ramirez, to tie it. There's J.D. Drew. Strike 1. Told you that Ramirez, before the game, was working on balls off the green monster in left, and then during batting practice went through 2 rounds where he hit just about every ball into that same spot. He just homered, and now Drew with a ringing single to center. And Perez is fooling nobody. And that's it for Rafael Perez. The Red Sox just keep coming at you. Manny Ramirez yet again. 2-run shot to tie it. Mike Lowell up and over in left. Pitching change. Boston up 1 in the 5th. Manny Ramirez has had one tremendous postseason, as has David Ortiz. And moments ago, setting the record for the most career home runs in postseason history in 86 games. 23 home runs for Manny Ramirez with the Red Sox and with the Indians. Reggie Jackson at least had LCS play to deal with. Mickey Mantle hit all 18 of his in 65 games in the World Series. Here is Varitek 1-on-1 out. It's a 1-run game. Boston on top. Drew at first. Rafael Perez 1/3 of an inning, 3 runs on 3 hits, 2 home runs. Responsible for Drew, who's on with 1 away. Lewis retired all 6 batters he faced in the division series with the Yankees. Last night, Jensen went 2/3 of an inning and allowed 2 runs on 3 hits. Veritek did not face Lewis last night. 1 ball, 1 strike. Curt Schilling is off the hook. Right now on the hook is Rafael Perez. He's the one that gave up the the go-ahead home run after the tying shot hit by Ramirez.
And the Red Sox have taken the lead against the 2 best pitchers for the Indians in the postseason. Fausto Carmona, the starter, and then Rafael Perez.
The 2-1. Runner goes, and Casey Blake still goes to second for 1. That is beautifully turned.
Man.
As Drupal Cabrera is still learning the second base position. And Casey Blake, even with a runner going, starts the double play. 6-5 Boston after 5. Del Carmen finished off the top of the 5th, and now he works the top of the 6th to Johnny Peralta, who's 2 for 2. 3-run home run to give the Indians a lead for a while back in the 4th inning. Singled his first time. Trying to get on in front of Lofton and Gutierrez. 2-0 from Del Carmen. That is the Manny that fan's talking about. Manny Ramirez with Manny Del Carmen, who grew up in Boston. Hadn't seen a postseason game for the Red Sox here at Fenway till he was part of the team. Game 1 of the division series against the Angels. And that 97-mile-an-hour heater, too much for Peralta. 2-1.
Standing ovation for Manny Ramirez as he took the field. Manny doffing his cap. What a hitter.
Three and 1 to Johnny Peralta. Between innings, being saluted by these fans here at Fenway. The 3-1 pitch to Peralta leading off. That skips in for ball 4. Did you know that Boston University's Nickerson Field is the former site of Braves Field? That's the place where the Indians won their last World Series in 1948 over the Boston Braves. A 4-3 victory in Game 6. Less than a mile from here. Earlier that season, the Indians had defeated the Red Sox in a 1-game playoff here at Fenway to advance to the World Series to take on the Braves. And Nickerson Field hosts Boston University's men's and women's soccer and women's field hockey teams.
Good time to bunt for Lofton. One of the best bunters in the major leagues. Nobody can deaden a ball 15 feet in front of home plate down the third base line any better than Kenny Lofton.
And now John Farrell is going to come out and talk after the first pitch missed to Kenny Lofton. That shot of the 2 stadiums, whether it was Nickerson Field or here at Fenway, are brought to you by Hood, America's dairy expert since 1846. Visit hood.com to learn more. Chilly night, probably upper 40s by now. It's dropped 4 degrees since the start of the game and will continue. All the players and 2 managers were talking about how cold it was by the end of the night last night. And we're headed there again. Hideki Okajima, the all-star left-hander, is getting loose for the Red Sox in their pen. Lofton with a line drive base hit into right. Peralta will turn and go to third base. Throw there by Drew, too late. First and third, nobody out for the Indians, who come right back.
Great base running by Johnny Peralta. As Lofton breaks his bat, splinters the bat. Peralta had a good jump off first base. Could see that the ball was too high for Euclid to catch. J.D. Drew made a strong throw to third, but again, good base running by Peralta.
And you just have to marvel at Kenny Lofton.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is his third time around with the Indians. He's 40 years old. He's been one of the most consistent hitters in the lineup for Eric Wedge this October. He's got 9 hits already this postseason. Started the year with the Texas Rangers. And while we've talked already about how Eric Wedge has redefined the roles on this team down the stretch, once the Indians put Kenny Lofton in the number 7 spot, the lineup really came together again for the Indians. That's low, and it's 2-0 on Gutierrez, who would love to pick right now to break an 0-for-6 start to this LCS. It's Gutierrez up now and Casey Blake on deck. You don't have a left-handed batter until Grady Sizemore comes up, with Okajima getting loose. Here's a 2-0. 2-1.
One thing about Okajima normally comes in the 7th inning. It would be a rare feat for him to come in the 6th inning, but he is equally effective against right-handed batters.
Well, everything has been moved up because the 2 starters were knocked out in the 5th.
Right.
2-1 pitch. 3 balls and a strike from Del Carmen. Gutierrez hit .266 during the regular season. Was 2 for 16 this postseason. Eric Wedge stuck with him tonight. It was an opportunity to play Trot Nixon, the beloved former Boston Red Sox right fielder. He's on the bench. Gutierrez in the lineup and at the plate. And he pops it down the right side, slicing toward the seats, and it's out of the reach of J.D. Drew. Full count.
Going to be interesting to see if Eric Wedge sends Kenny Lofton here. Franklin Gutierrez has been up 6 times. He struck out 4 of those times. Normally with a guy who strikes out a lot, you're not inclined to send the runner. However, Lofton still is such a fast runner that he may send him anyway.
Not going as Gutierrez chops to short. Coming to the plate, the tying run, and out at first is Gutierrez. It's 6-6 here in the 6th, and the go-ahead run Lofton at second. A productive out and an RBI for Franklin Gutierrez. And now Terry Francona is going to come out with Casey Blake coming up. We'll see if Francona is going to go to Okajima. He will. That's it for Del Carmen. Gives up the lead here in the 6th. Okajima coming in after this RBI ground out by Gutierrez ties it in the 6th. Well, Hideki Okajima was a major addition to this Boston Red Sox team over this last offseason. Great ERA, struggled a little down the stretch. They gave him some time off to recuperate. It was an all-star. He won the online vote to become an all-star and appear in San Francisco and make that American League All-Star team. And now here he is facing Casey Blake with a go-ahead run at second. Kenny Lofton 1 out in the 6th.
And Joe, your point about everything being moved up is so true. Only the 4th time this year Okajima has come in the 6th inning. And the first time since August 8th.
First pitch strike to Casey Blake. A look back at second for Okajima. He had his career low pitching in Japan last year. 2.14 out of the bullpen. For a while was a closer in Japan. Pitching for the Ham Fighters last year that won the Japan series. Signed a 2-year deal for $1,250,000 per year.
What a bargain.
What a bargain. And the changeup has been so devastating, something that he worked on with pitching coach John Farrell. Threw it a little bit during spring training and during a rain delay earlier in the season. Kansas City worked on it. That was a forkball that dropped out of the strike zone, and the count's 0-2 now on Casey Blake.
Not only does the forkball drop out of the strike zone, but the head drops toward third base.
Blocked by Varitek.
Good play by Varitek. I don't think I've ever seen a pitcher with that much movement of his head away from the target. He's got to pick the target up prematurely. But look at the head right there. Talk about a guy who's trying to keep his head straight. You know, when he was pitching in Japan, they tried to straighten that head out. But it really affected his delivery. He said nothing doing. But that's got to be so disconcerting to a hitter. And that, I believe, Joe, is one of the reasons that he's so effective against right-handed batters. See, when he delivers the ball, his head is toward third base. One of the more uncanny deliveries that I've ever seen.
And you better get it back up and around for anything that's hit back at you.
Yeah,
just
right.
for self-defense. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Casey Blake, who's 0 for 2 tonight. 2 for 5 in this series. Struck him out. Just after 11 o'clock in the East, the game summary brought to you by Nissan. Another bases loaded walk for Manny Ramirez. Big hit by Mike Lowell in a 3-run 3rd inning. Then a 3-run home run hit by Johnny Peralta. Sizemore home run, a 2-run shot by Manny Ramirez tied it. The home run pictured there by Mike Lowell put Boston on top, but now the Indians have come back to tie it moments ago on an RBI ground out by Franklin Gutierrez. So for all the pitching that we talked about coming into this series, only Josh Beckett has made good on the advanced height. Ball 1 to Grady Sizemore, who homered his last time up in the 5th inning against Schilling. Red Sox spent $103 million to import Daisuke Matsuzaka from Japan. Spent $2.5 million on a 2-year deal to bring in Okajima from Japan, and Okajima has been every bit as valuable as Daisuke, if not more so this season. He's been reliable out of the bullpen, and when they've been careful and rested Jonathan Papelbon to keep his workload down this season, something that got out of control last year, Okajima has been one of the guys that's filled in closed games. 2-0 is the count on Grady Sizemore. There's Jonathan Papelbon. The bullpen for the Red Sox. Sizemore takes ball 3. On deck is Cabrera, the switch hitting second baseman.
They're going to put him on. How rare is this, where a left-handed pitcher walks a left-handed batter to get to a right-hander. I think it's a good move.
It will present the rookie Cabrera with 2 on and 2 out.
Once again, the effectiveness of Okajima against right-handed batters, one of the key reasons that Terry Francona feels comfortable walking the left-hander to get to the switch-hitting Cabrera.
After surrendering a 410-foot home run to John Buck of the Royals at the beginning of this season, Hideki Okajima turned around and went 20 2/3 innings over 20 appearances and did not allow another run. 2 on, 2 out. Cabrera takes ball 1. A lot of big outs against the Yankees mixed in that stretch. And these fans here at Fenway fell in love with Okajima. Cabrera hitless tonight, 1 for 6 in this series, 2 RBIs. One ball, 1 strike. Cabrera drove in 22 runs down the stretch for the Indians. Hits a line drive. What a pick by Lugo. Safe at second, and the bases are loaded. But Julio Lugo with that short hop pickup saved a run.
He wanted to go to third. If he goes to second immediately, he gets the runner. But watch him look at third. Mike Lowell, who broke to his left a step, wasn't at third base. Lugo quickly went back to Pedroia, but the throw pulled him off the bag. Had he gone to second base immediately, he gets the sliding Sizemore.
And now, after this play, shown from the hood blimp up above, there's how far Lowell was away from the third base bag. The bases are loaded for the DH Travis Hafner, who could put the Indians back out in front. Line drive caught. Pedroia backed out into the outfield. Perfect defensive positioning, and the line drive ends the inning. The Indians have tied it 6-6 after 5½. This is exactly what Dane Cook has been yelling about over the last 3 weeks. There is only one October, a dramatic game in the Liberty Mutual in-game box score for the Boston Red Sox. And the focus tonight has been the focus since October started, and that is the 3-4 combo of Ortiz and Ramirez, and Manny Ramirez with 3 RBIs, a bases loaded walk, a 2-run home run to tie it. It's tied again at 6, bottom of the 6th, and a strike makes it 0-2 on Coco Crisp.
Joe, between innings, I just ran into Joe Castiglione, who is in his 25th year as the radio broadcaster for the Red Sox, and he said, you know, this is like a Yankee game, and it is.
0-2 is the count. Crisp up and away, 1-2. There's Joe, voice of the Red Sox, on the radio, and this game has had a little bit of everything, including both starters being knocked out in the 5th inning as Rafael Betancourt gets loose for Cleveland. Just inside. 2-2 on Crisp. Still 2-2. Two home runs hit by the Red Sox. And 2 home runs tonight hit by the Indians. Peralta, a 3-run shot. Brady Sizemore, a solo blast in the 5th. Ramirez, a 2-run home run, and Lowell followed it with a go-ahead home run. That is low. Full count. Good at bat by Coco Crisp. Trying to get on in front of Lugo and Pedroia. Down the right field line. That's well hit. Into the corner. Gutierrez is there for out number 1. Went a long way to get it. Down in that corner, 1 away.
Yeah, the configuration of Fenway Park, you know, takes away a lot of home runs by left-handers pulling balls down the line because it jettisons back. That ball is a home run in a lot of ballparks. Not down the line, but certainly not into the position. And the Red Sox faithful thought it was out of here, but a big out.
1 away and strike 1 on Julio Lugo. Julio has struck out, walked. One ball, 1 strike. One pitch. Fooled was Lugo on that delivery. 1-2.
Good slider from Justin Lewis. Jensen Lewis, I beg your pardon.
One ball, 2 strikes. Off the hands and still a 1-2 count. On deck is Pedroia. If anybody gets on in the inning, Euclid. Red Sox have won 7 of their last 8 postseason games here at Fenway, beginning with Game 4 of the 04 ALCS. Their come-from-behind effort against the New York Yankees, down 3-0. Lugo strikes out, 2 out in the 6th. Immediately following tonight's game, log on to foxsports.com or MLB.com for a live extended post-game webcast. Player interviews, press conferences, highlights, analysis, much more. Chris Myers, Harold Reynolds, Jim Leyritz, and Ken Rosenthal. And also join them for a live early pregame webcast, including live batting practice starting an hour and a half before every game throughout the ALCS and the World Series. Two out, nobody on. Here is Pedroia. Dustin is hitless with a walk and a run scored. This guy's got a great attitude. He's tough. Not a big guy. He's got a long swing for a little guy. But he's a lot like the Cardinals' David Eckstein. He gets the most out of what he has. Maybe a little edgier, a little more attitude from Pedroia, and his teammates love him. Hit .317 during the regular season. Look at that rip.
That's that long swing you were talking about.
8 home runs during the regular season for the guy who should be the Rookie of the Year.
Talked about it last night. A very poor April. Sensational since then.
He heard the whispers. They have Alex Cora on the bench here. He's another guy that this team really thinks highly of, and why not? He's always been a good player. someday he'll end up being a manager in the big leagues. Very smart player, and a lot of the Red Sox are saying, who's this Dustin Pedroia guy? Put Cora out there. They stayed with Pedroia, and it paid off. Little flare into right. Gutierrez is there. This game is trying to settle down. We go into the 7th inning. Look at the State House here in Boston at Fenway. It's a tie game. Back after this from your local Fox station. With us all night, the Hood Blimp. Hood is America's dairy expert since 1846. Visit hood.com to learn more. All lit up above and down below. Same can be said for Fenway Park, where we move to the 7th inning of Game 2. Red Sox lead 1-0. Game 2 tied at 6. Victor Martinez turns around, bats right-handed for the first time tonight, and takes a ball. 28-year-old switch-hitting catcher, and one of 4 Venezuelan-born players on this Indians postseason roster. A career .301 average. And the count's 2-0. Hideki Okajima relieved in the 6th inning. Got 2 outs. Finds the strike zone here. It's 2-1. It was Okajima who got the line drive off the bat of Travis Hafner with the bases loaded, 2 out. And Pedroia, the second baseman for the Red Sox, pushed back into shallow right. Good defensive positioning, and Hafner hit it right to him.
Also a good defensive play by Julio Lugo in that inning to save a run.
Trying to keep that throwing hand warm. True. 3 balls and a strike. Victor Martinez now. Ryan Garco on deck. Peralta. Strike 2. Tells you all you need to know about what the Red Sox think of Okajima. Nobody is up for the Red Sox in their pen.
In a tie game in the 7th inning.
Betancourt was throwing for the Indians in theirs. This is pointing toward a battle between the 2 closers, Borowski and Papelbon. Martinez fouls it away.
Joe, you talked about the 4 Venezuelans on the Cleveland Indians. They're very prominent Venezuelans. You mentioned Victor Martinez, also Rafael Betancourt, Asdrubal Cabrera, and Franklin Gutierrez. 3 starters tonight, and a guy that they depend on a great deal in the bullpen, Betancourt,
who I'm sure we'll see before the end of the night.
Right.
And there are great Venezuelan players all over the big leagues, including Johan Santana. Omar Vizquel. 3-2 pitch. Martinez strikes out. Okajima comes back from a 3-1 count to strike out Victor Martinez.
He is so deceptive. You have a very patient Victor Martinez there swinging at ball 4, but it looked like a strike.
Here's Garco. Garco tonight with a hit, a run scored, 1 for 3. Kenny Rosenthal, you cannot overstate the importance of Hideki Okajima on this Boston Red Sox pitching staff.
No question, Joe. And given the scarcity of quality major league relief pitching and the success of Japanese relievers like Okajima and the Dodgers' Takashi Saito, I think we're going to see a run on Japanese relievers in the coming years. Teams are placing increased emphasis on Japanese scouting.
It's 0-2 and a blink on Ryan Garko.
Again, Okajima's showing that you do not have to throw hard to be effective. He rarely, if ever, breaks 90 miles an hour. Right around 84 to 86. But again, that deception with the head.
Veritek set up out there. Okajima hit the glove, but it was outside. 1-2. Okajima put that exactly where he wanted to. Fastball off the plate. Now what does he follow it with? 2 strikes on Garko, and Ryan just got a piece. Ryan Garko, 26-year-old first baseman from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Last year had 185 at bats. This year settled in, hit 289, 21 home runs. He plays first while Hafner's the DH.
Graduated from high school with a 4-point average. That's why I attended Stanford. Smart guy.
2-2. Peralta next. The Red Sox in the bottom of the 7th will have Euclid, Ortiz, and Manny Ramirez. Garko off the end of the bat. Euclid. 2 out. From an Okie chant for Okajima to a uke for Kevin Euclid at first. And now it's Peralta, who back in the 4th inning hit a 3-run home run to straightaway center field to, at the time, put the Indians up 4-3. Grady Sizemore homered in the 5th, made it 5-3, then 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th. A 2-run home run for Manny Ramirez, followed by a home run by Lowell. Made it 6-5, and then an RBI ground out by Franklin Gutierrez. The top of the 6th inning tied it at 6. Peralta has had a perfect night at the plate. A single, a homer, a walk, 2 runs scored, and 3 RBIs. Off the hand, strike 2. For Cleveland, this is their 8th best-of-7 series they've been involved in the postseason. The Indians had never won Game 1. That includes last night. They've won 3 of the previous 7 series in that case. Trying to take Game 2 and even the series before we head to Cleveland. Okajima's done his thing. Who's coming up for the Sox? Youkilis, David Ortiz, Manny Ramirez. Time to stretch at Fenway. Tied at 6. Indians are stretching out Jensen Lewis. He relieved in the 5th. Here he is pitching in the 7th. With Betancourt getting loose behind him in the Indians bullpen. And action for the Red Sox out in their bullpen. Timlin for Boston. Betancourt for Cleveland. 0-1 to Youkilis. Popped up on the infield right side for the second baseman Cabrera. One away in the 7th, and Jensen Lewis is picking up some big outs. We look ahead to tomorrow night, and that'll be game 3 of the Diamondbacks playing at the Colorado Rockies tomorrow at 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 Pacific. Josh Fogg and Livan Hernandez, and then a special start time. Don't forget 7 Eastern, not 8, but 7 Eastern on Monday night for game 3 of this ALCS between the Red Sox and Indians, and a matchup of Westbrook against Daisuke Matsuzaka. 7 Eastern on Monday. 2 out. That defensive positioning worked for the Red Sox against Hafner. It works for the Indians against David Ortiz. And now Manny Ramirez will walk in. 2 out, nobody on. And it has been a party. And he has been a rock star in the 2007 playoffs. Two-run shot to tie the game back in the 5th inning. 23rd career postseason home run, and Eric Wedge is going to make a change. Jensen Lewis has given the Indians some big outs, but the Indians and Wedge are going to go to one of their best. Rafael Betancourt for his matchup with Ramirez when we come back. We give you by the numbers here in the 7th inning. Manny Ramirez, 23rd career postseason home run, baseball record. Ramirez and Lowell back-to-back in the 5th inning to put Boston on top for a short while. 5th time in Boston postseason history, and David Ortiz reached base in 10 straight plate appearances. That was snapped when Ortiz made an out in the 5th inning against Rafael Perez. But now it's Rafael Betancourt after Jensen Lewis went 2 1/3 innings, all zeros except 1 strikeout. Big outs, and Manny Ramirez batting with 2 out, nobody on. Wow. He hides it well, and he can bring it with some heat.
We talked about it last night. He has 6 screws in his right elbow. Signed as a shortstop by the Red Sox in 1994. Played 3 years in the minor leagues as a shortstop. His arm was too good. Became a pitcher, released by the Red Sox.
Boy, he really hides the ball well. Along with a 94 miles per hour, it looks like these hitters don't get a chance to see the ball until right at the end of his delivery. 32 years old.
That's so important. That's so important too, Joe. It's not how hard you throw. I think that glove coming up is one of the reasons that hitters don't get as good a look at it.
Two quick strikes on Ramirez, but that has not seemed to matter.
No.
This postseason at all. Last time up, hit the 2-run home run with an 0-2 count. There are the numbers after an 0-2 count this postseason. 3 hits, 5 walks. 2 of the 3 hits have been home runs. This is the first time that Manny Ramirez has been up against the Indians in this ALCS without at least 1 runner on. Betancourt trying to figure out a way to get that last strike past Manny Ramirez. Ramirez, who has reached base in 13 of his last 15 plate appearances, takes ball 1. Two balls, 2 strikes. It's Timlin getting ready for the Red Sox out in their pen, and it is Papelbon with 8 days of rest waiting out there for when he is needed. A distinct advantage for Boston in the late innings in this series. Just low. Full count.
Talked about it last night. He has perhaps the most incredible pitch identification system going for him of any hitter in recent memory. Not only the pitch to identify as to what kind of pitch it is, but the location. 90% of major league hitters would have swung at that last pitch, and the one before that, not Ramirez.
Victor Martinez now setting up very late for these pitches, so Ramirez doesn't get an idea where they're going with it. 3 balls, 2 strikes. First couple of pitches, Victor Martinez was setting up much earlier, but Betancourt is taking a while once he comes to a set position. And so Martinez waits until the last moment before setting up inside or outside on the last 3 or 4 deliveries to Ramirez. Full count, 2 out, nobody on. Tie game in the 7th. Just blown by his bat. 95 miles per hour from Betancourt. And game 2 will head into the 8th inning. Tied at 6.
Manny Ramirez striking out on that 3-2 pitch, and Joe mentioned that Martinez was setting up late, almost like there were a man on second. One reason for that is Ramirez, from his periphery, could be seeing the shadow of the target of Martinez setting up outside. Maybe. Nonetheless, setting up late. Good job by Betancourt.
Betancourt comes in and strikes out Manny Ramirez. No small feat the way he's swinging the bat and seeing pitches. And now Timlin here in the 8th inning. Kenny Lofton first up. 7, 8, 9 hitters, and that caught the right foot of Kerwin Danley.
Umpires, like catchers, do have shin guards under their pants. And they do have hard-toed shoes also, because they don't have to squat quite like catchers, but nonetheless, that hurts. Right on the right foot. Ouch.
Any sign of trouble, the Red Sox have the luxury of having arrested Jonathan Papelbon. They also have Javier Lopez, but both Lopez and Papelbon are getting loose for the Red Sox in their bullpen, while Timlin works here in the 8th. 6-6 game. 1-0 pitch to Kenny Lofton. Strike one.
It would be interesting to contemplate if the Red Sox had a lead, whether Papelbon would be in the game now. But I'm sure Red Sox fans throughout New England thinking, has he ever had a 6-out save? The answer is no. He's only had 1 5-out save. But preparing to come in this game, you just don't know when.
Strike two. Papelbon was going to pitch tonight no matter what the score. Way up, way down, tight game. It's the tight game. 6-6, top of the 8th. Papelbon has not pitched since the 5th of October, game 2 of the division series, when he was the winner through 31 pitches. Got the victory over the Angels. That was won on Manny Ramirez's launch. Just missed.
That was close.
Kerwin Danley flinched behind the plate. It's a 2-2 count. And now Lofton lines one into center field. Crisp. One away.
Nice play by a center fielder that Terry Francona says is the best he's ever seen. High praise.
No false steps in that jump.
Nope.
Gutierrez takes a strike. Some news from around Major League Baseball that will give you during this 8th inning as Gutierrez bats, looking for his first hit of this series. Casey Blake on deck. You know, the Indians are down there thinking, let's see if somebody can pop one off Timlin before we have to try and beat Jonathan Papelbon.
Absolutely.
Gutierrez reaching for it. Good play, Timlin. 2 out. With the bases empty, Casey Blake coming up. Let's check in with Ken Rosenthal.
Joe, the Reds were looking for a high-profile manager, and they've got one. Dusty Baker has agreed to a 3-year contract to manage the Reds. He replaces Pete Mackanin, who had been the team's interim, and returns to the NL Central, where in his previous job, he managed with the Cubs. This leaves the Pirates and Royals still looking for managers, and the Cardinals and Yankees still uncertain about the futures of Tony La Russa and Joe Torre, respectively.
All right, Ken, thank you. So there's the news that Dusty Baker is going to Cincinnati. Multiple Manager of the Year award winner. Some great years out in San Francisco. And then that terrific first year with the Chicago Cubs when the Cubs were 5 outs away from going to their first World Series since 1945. 1-0 pitch. Casey Blake, a ball and a strike.
That was a year after the San Francisco Giants were 8 outs away from winning the World Series against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
The year for the Cubs 2003, the year for the Angels 2002. Outside, 2-1. Blake hits it hard to third off his left hip. Lowell makes the play. Bottom of the 8th.
Third baseman, number 25, Mike.
Little Neil Diamond, Sweet Caroline, to get this crowd all revved up here at Fenway Park. Bottom of the 8th inning. Mike Lowell is homered tonight. 3 RBIs, tie game. Betancourt back to the hill. Hit on his hands, strike 1. Betancourt came in last inning and just came right after Manny Ramirez with fastballs and struck him out on a 3-2 pitch. One ball, one strike.
You mentioned how Betancourt seems to hide his delivery. A lot of it has to do with the way he brings his glove up and that very deliberate high leg kick. A lot of hitters can't believe that something that explosive comes from a leg kick that quiet.
One and two. A sizzling fastball over the inside corner.
We talked about the 6 screws in his elbow. The reason for that, he pitched 3 years with pain in his right elbow. Why was it hurting him? It was broken. And that's why the 6 screws are in the elbow. It's a remarkable, remarkable story.
The 1-2. He's just rearing back and coming right after these hitters. A pop-up, foul ball, and Garko can't get to it. There might have been a chance for Garko if he got around the end of the tarp quicker and got to that wall, but that lunge at the end, he didn't have enough time. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Lowell. JD Drew next, and then Varitek. Two balls, 2 strikes. Still 2-2. While we have a second, we would, all of us, like to pass along our best wishes to our buddy and studio technical supervisor Jack Simmons. Was watching the game from a hospital back in LA. Get well soon, Jack. Jack and his wife Wendy, proud parents of their daughter Katie, who was married in New York a few weeks ago. So we're thinking about you, and I know you'll be back on your feet quick. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Lowell. Battling Betancourt, leading off the 8th. As we hit midnight in the East, realize that for the Red Sox, their postseason home game since 2004, the Yankees have a lot to do with this. Average length of game 4 hours 2 minutes, and we're headed for that neighborhood again. Another 2-2 and another foul ball.
Mike Lowell showing no signs he can get around on the fastball from Betancourt. And yet Casey Blake continues to guard the line at third base. You can cheat a little bit if you're a third baseman. The reason Casey is on the line is to prevent the double down the line. But because of the way Betancourt is throwing as the clock strikes past 12, he could play a little more off the line.
JT is still here.
Yes, he is.
So are the boys. His wife Kim.
This whole world's not getting him down.
2-2 pitch. Lowell leading off. Strikes out looking. Went away from the fastball, and Betancourt drops in strike 3.
Yeah, it looked like a backup slider. Mike thought it was going to be outside, right down the pipe.
Later today, for those of you in the East, Fox NFL Sunday will return. Big game early, Washington and Green Bay. Two of the better teams in the NFC. The Panthers battle the Cardinals. Arizona trying to keep pace at the top of the NFC West or other regional action. You know, it starts with the Built Ford Tough Fox NFL Sunday pregame show at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Here's Drew. A little fly ball into shallow center. Grady Sizemore is there, and J.D. Drew 1 for 4 on the night with Veritek coming up. In the 9th inning, it'll be the top of the order for the Indians. Sizemore, Cabrera, Hafner, and Papelbon is getting ready. He's about to head in. Veritek hitless tonight. 1 for 8 against the Indians. Strike 1. Fooled him with that pitch. It's 0-2. Temperature is going down, down, down as we go. It's gone from chilly to cold. To the second baseman as Drupal Cabrera makes the play. Betancourt has done his job, and the top of the order is coming up for the Cleveland Indians. Sizemore, Cabrera, Hafner. 9th inning, game 2, still tied at 6.
John, let's get on it. It's a good score. Come on, let's go.